hands are magic, every thread she pulls is gold. Weaving dreams with every turn, oh it never does get old. Her rug creations sparkle bright, they light up every room. A punch of color shapes her art, breaking out past the loom. She's creating with a spark, spinning yarn and making waves. Rug punching with her heart, her passion boldly paves. In March you'll hear her cheer, toy rodeo won't stand tall. March Madness is her stage and she's bound to take it all. From the fiber world she's reigning, crafting pieces one by one, mixing colors with precision, making magic till it's done. Every loop a celebration, every thread a song. With Candace on the tables, you know she's proving strong. She's creating with a spark, spinning yarn and making waves. Rug punching with her heart, her passion boldly paves. In March you'll hear her cheer, toy rodeo won't stand tall. March Madness is her stage and she's bound to take it all. Her energy's electric, her laughter fills the air. Candace and her colors weaving joy beyond compare. Toy rodeo better run, it's Candace's time to shine. March is locked up in her hands and victory's divine. She's creating with a spark, spinning yarn and making waves. Rug punching with her heart, her passion boldly paves. In March you'll hear her cheer, toy rodeo won't stand tall. March Madness is her stage and she's bound to take it all. March Madness is her stage and she's bound to take it all. Candace's hands are magic, every thread she pulls is gold. Weaving dreams with every turn, oh it never does get old. Her rug creations sparkle bright, they light up every room. A punch of color shapes her art, breaking out past the loom. She's creating with a spark, spinning yarn and making waves. Rug punching with her heart, her passion boldly paves. In March you'll hear her cheer, toy rodeo won't stand tall. March Madness is her stage and she's bound to take it all. From the fiber world she's reigning, crafting pieces one by one, mixing colors with precision, making magic till it's done. Every loop a celebration, every thread a song. With Candace on the tables, you know she's proving strong. She's creating with a spark, spinning yarn and making waves. Rug punching with her heart, her passion boldly paves. In March you'll hear her cheer, toy rodeo won't stand tall. March Madness is her stage and she's bound to take it all. Her energy's electric, her laughter fills the air. Candace and her colors weaving joy beyond compare. Toy rodeo better run, it's Candace's time to shine. March is locked up in her hands and victory's divine. She's creating with a spark, spinning yarn and making waves. Rug punching with her heart, her passion boldly paves. In March you'll hear her cheer, toy This is her stage and she's bound to take it all.
Well, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever y'all may be. How are you today? Let me get my other music started. Since we don't want two going at the same time, you know you're on camera, Toy Rodeo.
Oh.
Just so you know, you're more than welcome to stay there.
Nope, I just petting the butt. I just loving on the buddy. Make sure he feels loved.
He feels loved. Hey Mark, how are you today? Are you having a good day? Hold on, I'm just trying to update my tags because of course I got sidetracked as usual. Hi bud, how are you? You think you need to come help me? Hi. What you doing? Alright, we are starting a new project today. Are you needing some of this? No? Okay. Do you need more treats? You leaving? Are you leaving me already? Wow. Well, let's take Binx off camera until... Oh, did you? What'd you think? Is that the first time you've played it? I knew you downloaded it a while back, but... Tell us what you thought of it. Okay. So, I'm trying... I've lost the picture. I think it's not buried. I've lost the picture of this. Okay, and that is washing it out, isn't it? There we go, let's move that. So here's the browns I want to do for our rabbit. And how can I have lost? Seriously. Y'all, I swear I'm organized when I come in here in the mornings. I don't know what happens. I think there's a little something that comes in and moves all my stuff around. Oh, I found it. First time. And what'd you think? Did you like it as much as Toy Rodeo likes it? Because he really likes it. Okay. I'm moving things around so I can reach things. Now, come on. Just checking it out. Okay, so give me one more second. But like I said, we're going to be working on this rug. And these are the colors I want to start with. I may not like them. They may be too dark. We will see. Okay. So here's our picture that we're working off of. And so of course these are his boots. And he has shoes. So really what we're looking, and you don't see his hands, they're underneath the basket. So we're really just looking at his face. I do have a cream that we can use for parts of his face right here. And I have these 3 browns that we can light and dark with. But I thought maybe even right here where it's white on this, I might use this pink for his ear. We'll have to see. But that's where I think I want to start. So I'm going to take my blue and I am just going to kind of mark this in, but I'm just going to kind of we're going to want that darker to go right there. So I just kind of want the white to be in here. And then kind of up his nose where this kind of came in. Kind of come to here and then down here and about right here. So that's where I'm going to want the cream. So let's start with that cream and get that punched in, because if I do use these thickers, these are much thinner because this is cut from actual velvet wool, and I'm going to put them in my punch needle, but they had to be thin in order to go in the punch needle. So I'll show you how that looks, and we'll see if we like using a mixture of the yarns and the wool, because if not we may have to change the wool. And this velvet is bulky. That's the other thing. We may have to if it doesn't go through here easily, we're going to have to switch to the other needle, which can handle it a little better. Speaking of, let me get my threader, because I know we're going to be fighting this. And how did trash get in the wrong trash can? There we go. All right. Okay. Yeah, so let's just see. where did my scissors rolled all the way underneath? How weird is that? Just gonna see, because I really think we're gonna have to outline all of the bunny first. But I just kind of wanted to get some of this out there to see what we think. And that worked all right through this needle. Okay, so we're gonna pick which is our darkest. And what happened is this has got some black in it, so this should be our darkest outline. This should be our medium, and this of course will be our lightest. Oh, y'all can't see any of that. How did my camera fall again? I swear, this thing does not want to stay. And I can pull this back a little bit. So there's that one. This is brown. It just does have some black in it, some black spots, which really make it look a little cool. And then that will be our lightest of the velvets. Now, I probably will have to get out my cutter so I can cut more of these lighter ones if that's what we're going to use. I'm going to set those aside for right now. And let's just work with this dark and do some outlining. These are short, so I'm constantly going to have to feed my needle. So this makes it a little more fiddly, a little slower, but the look at the end should be absolutely worth it. And this one isn't even evenly cut, so let's grab another one. All right, and I am going to okay, I'm just looking at this for a second. I really am an illustrator type person. I like the illustration of having the outlines done. So I'm just trying to decide if that is what I want to do. Well, we know the eyes will need to be this dark brown. So let's go ahead and we'll do that. And we know, of course, we're going to want the mouth outlined. The nose we could shape. I'm trying not to be heavy-handed with the outlining, but I really do like outlining. So let's start with our dark outlining right here at the mouth. And again, outlining, you're going to want to do 2 passes, except that is done. See what I said about fiddly? This, I won't get very many punches before I have to refeed my needle on this, but some are cut longer than others, so. And I'm fighting a little knot right here. What happened? That's as far as I got in the whole game. I fixed my ship. That was it. And then I think I flew it sideways and decided I probably was not going to be any good at this game. So that's where I stopped. Okay, so I am going to come back down this row. I'm going to go around here. So I'm just looking back because we know that this is the chin right here. And what they did was they took a, I'm going to save that in case I need it, but I don't think I will. They took the medium brown to outline here. So right now I'm going to kind of stay with the picture. We'll get this outlined, and if I want to change things, I will. I mean, I'm still picking my colors, and it will be a little different than theirs, but, and of course I'm doing mine in velvet. Yay! I love velvet. I did work on my flower power rug some yesterday because I did get the background in, the background color. Okay, I think what I want to do first is I do want to go ahead and let's get our eyes done. Eyes always make everything else pop. there are the eyes. And I'm just going to keep throwing my little bits over there because if we have to use them later, we can pull them through with the hook if we run out of. I don't think we will run out, but just in case. Oh, and I think I just had a brilliant idea. I think, oh, I do have black gray. All right, thanks for the alert, Mark. I appreciate it. They did go around the whole outside of his head with the dark. And they did the dark here. Actually, they did this. Let's do this. Actually, let's do this. When you're not the one that drew this and you're trying to design it the way they designed it. Now, granted, it will still have my look to it. And I think I'm going to do a couple of things differently. But for the most part, I'm going to follow the picture for a second. At least to start. Okay, so this needs to go. Alright, I'm going to pull this through. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to come back around because we're going to outline this again, right? We always outline twice. What you doing, Toy Rodeo?
I'm getting coffee.
Coffee?
Need some coffee. Need a lot of coffee. Do you need me to get you anything?
Nope, I'm good, thank you.
You sure?
Yep. I brought an extra soda in here.
Oh, look at you.
I know, I'm
prepared
trying to be
and
good.
everything. I think that's going to be an awesome rug.
Oh, I forgot he was back. Let's put the Binksy cam up. Look at the Binksy.
Him so cute. You said your volumes are turned all the way up?
Yeah, look.
Okay. Remind me to come
Oh,
look.
not anymore. I turned it back down.
Okay.
I had it this yesterday.
Okay. Well, you're going to need to leave
Is
it
that
like that.
good here? The music?
No, it's going to come up a little bit.
Yeah, until it gets to a loud song.
Well, no, that
I need to
can't
take
go.
those out of my playlist. Okay.
Go ahead and say something.
We're still adjusting. Adjusting.
That's much better.
Alright, so I'm going back over this one again with the second punch.
That's
Actually,
much better. Thank you.
okay. You can hear me now?
Yep.
Can you hear me now? I'm taking that one out for a minute. we'll see how it turns out. I'm playing with it. I'm not doing it exactly like the picture.
Gotcha.
And of course I'm using velvets, so that always makes a difference. And velvets are fiddlier, so it's a little more work, but I think it will be so worth it. So then on the picture it looks like this angles just a little bit to bring some of that dark out and shade him. So if you're just joining, I am going to do our bunny in velvet, so he'll be the Velveteen Rabbit, and his clothes in velvet, and then the rest of it we'll do in regular, so that he really stands out and is fuzzy. And I don't have to do his clothes in velvet, but I have those colors and I would like to. But what I'm using is actually velvet wool, velvet fabric, not yarn. So I'm having to feed my needle a little more than I would normally. But I wanted to use these colors of browns for the velvet. You can't find pretty velvet brown yarn very much. So that is what I'm doing at the moment. And we're just trying to kind of outline the dark. I will say what I did do is I went ahead and punched some of the velvet yarn. That's what you see in the cream right here, just because I wanted to see what the yarn up against the thin velvet pieces that I cut, what they'll look like together. Now you're seeing the back of the velvet here, which is not velvet. So that's why it's not looking quite as furry on the browns as it is on this cream, but it will be on the front side because it is all velvet. And it's got a really pretty halo. And this one, I over dyed. Excuse me, I don't know where that came from. I over dyed the velvet with a little bit of black to darken it and to have some little black spots that pop up. So you'll see some of that coming through, like here's a big chunk of black right there. And so this has blacks and browns all in it. So hopefully that will give it a little depth, a little movement. And I am the type that would outline the whole thing. I'm trying not to do that. I don't want him to be too harsh. So that's why I'm taking my time and playing with the darks. And I'm just making sure, because we've got a medium too, so I can come back with the medium and do some of these others. But like this right here, so what I'm doing with the velvet also is, because it's a little slippery, I'm putting my hand under here after I punch it, and I'm just pulling those loops to where they go flat on this side, which means that the loops will be bigger on the other side. And you'll see, I don't know if you can see how dirty my mat is already, my fabric's already getting because of that velvet. It just, which is probably why I will start sneezing. But just looking for some colors and even cuts. So I don't think this one will take very long. All right. So we've done this dark one here and that dark one there. And I think we're going to have to come down here and around. Alright, so I am going to start right here. You see how that goes flat when I pull that from underneath? And you don't normally have to do that. It's just for this fiddly wool velvet I'm using. Okay. Now they did put a little bit of dark right here. Pull this in. I need to come over this eye. That's the next thing I need to do. Oh. He kind of looks a little scary right now, doesn't he? All right, so I'm going to take Bunny Time Fancy. How are ya? We are working on our bunny. And I think he's going to turn out cute, hopefully. Alright, so he kind of. Happy April Fool's Day. I always text my daughter. She's in her 30s now, and I still text her and say, don't believe anything anybody tells you today. Well, actually, I texted her last night and said, don't believe anything anybody tells you tomorrow. She ha-ha'd it because I do it to her every year. Because she can be a little gullible. So I'm always teasing her. Don't believe anything anybody says. And she was a high school teacher. So I was like, really, don't believe anything anybody tells you today. Because those kids will try to get away with all kinds of stuff. Poor baby. She would just be so. I think she's gotten a little better, but I still tell her just in case. Just so I can say, I told you, don't believe that. Okay, so there's this second line right here that we're going to do. I don't. Please tell it to me. Let me, hold on, I need to send Toy Rodeo on an errand. Actually, I don't even know if they know we have insurance. Okay. I think we're going to go up this side. Once we get the face done and the ears, everything else will just be easy peasy. Alright, so let's learn some history, people. Some historians suggest that April Fools originated because in the Middle Ages, New Year's Day was celebrated on 25th March in most European towns, with a holiday that in some areas of France specifically ended on April 1st. And those who celebrated New Year's Day on January 1st made fun of those who celebrated on other dates by the invention of April Fool's Day. The use of January 1st as New Year's Day became common in France only in the mid-16th century, and that date was not adopted officially until 1564 by the Edict of Rousillon. as called for during the Council of Trent in 1563. You copied Wiki. Very interesting. Which New Year's Day was celebrated on the 25th of March. So, and that's probably more accurate now that we know more, because they don't believe, right? The calendar kind of went around. Well, you know, Christmas is celebrated for the birth of Jesus, but they really think that Jesus probably was born in the spring, right? Because then the taxes were due, that's when he was born, and blah, blah, blah. Now, whether that's true or not, who knows? I wasn't alive 2,000 years ago, but so if they went off something they knew about Christmas or something, but you know, things have changed, right? Because Constantine was the one that changed Sunday would be the day to celebrate your religion, because he didn't like that the Jewish people had Saturdays off and the other people took Sundays off, the ones that studied the pagan stuff, and so he merged them. And so all through time they've been messing with all kinds of stuff, so who knows? Yeah, make fools of them. Well, that was mean-spirited. I hope everybody that is pranked today, it is in good fun and not mean-spirited. See, some of this can be so fiddly. But y'all have no idea how cute it's gonna be. Whoops. So, I cut these worms myself, not today though. But yes, I'm using, Fancy, I don't think you were around when I did my velvet pumpkin. So I had this fabric. So I have this beautiful velvet fabric. And so that's the back, and then there's the front, all velvety. And I loved this, and I wanted to do a pumpkin. I have blues and I have browns, and I wanted to do a pumpkin in these velvets, and but I wanted to use these, but I wanted to punch it. So I cut strips thin enough that they would go through my punch needle. Normally you would hook with these, but I wanted to punch this pattern. So here it is. This is one of the 8 that I don't have finished on the backs, because this one, so this is all velvet. These are the blues that I have in the velvet fabric and the browns. And yes, it is very lush. And you could make a pillow out of this, I'm not, what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to get canvas and I'm just going to wrap this around the canvas and staple gun it so I can hang it. So what I did was I wanted it for my living room, and I have pictures on both sides of my TV. So then I thought, okay, well, I need something on the other side of my TV, so I designed this one. That uses the browns from the same browns that I used in the pumpkin. And this is all done in velvet. And it's got leaves all at the bottom. And so the same thing, I'll put this on canvas, I'll attach it to canvas, and that way I can hang them very easily. So that's where this velvet came from. This is left over from the tree and the pumpkin. Yes, it's beautiful, isn't it? Yep, I'm very happy with it. It is definitely more fiddly to punch with because I don't have that solid stream of yarn, so I'm having to constantly refeed my needle. I don't think I'm going to do the ears yet. I think I'm going to set this dark aside. Let's get out our medium and play with it for a minute and see what we think. Only because I'm feeling a little crunched right here. So then we'll go with our medium, which is this one. And this will be our light over there. So they did the light under the eye, but the medium around this part of the eye. Oh, I've got. So let's play with the medium for a minute. So he will, ours will be much richer browns than he will be, but it should work out really well. Very good. She did start on a soap opera. Okay, so I'm going to come in here. Not sure what happened right here. Hold on, because we need to pull that down. Actually, I'm going to get that off. There was so many soap operas at one time. But but it would have been Channel 8, I'm pretty sure, or whatever, ABC, NBC, whatever those are. I think ABC is Channel 8 here. Because I didn't watch those. I watched CBS when I was growing up. It was funny, my mom watched the very first Guiding Light episode ever when it came on in the 50s, I'm assuming. And I watched the very last Guiding Light episode. General Hospital. You were close, you were on the right channel. Always looks like a hot mess when I first punch it. Well, you got the right channel. ABC soap opera. Okay. This medium may be too dark. Right, you guys at Maryland General Hospital. I think I'm going to take this one out. I think let's try to go with our light and not our medium. I think our medium is too close to our dark. This is the only thing with the velvet is it does break apart very easily. You have to be very, very gentle with it. All right, I didn't want that. So I think you're out all the way around. Unless I run out of the really dark. Now let's see about you. How do you look? Plus I have a lot of you. Oh, that's one of the darker ones. I am banishing them. They're grounded. They are grounded. Let's see if we like this better. I think we're going to see a little more definition. Where did you go? It disappeared completely. So I usually do go get them done just because my nails grow really fast and really, but they're thin. So I like to put a nice hard polish on them. I have done them myself. I did them myself, during COVID. I learned to do the dip myself. And I can do them myself, but I like to go and get pampered. They are my nails, but I do a dip on them, which is it hardens it a little bit and protects them. I very rarely ever break a nail. But I also don't have all the colors, and I like picking a different. Thank you. Yeah, I just use the dip because it's so much harder. It protects my nails. And I could grow them really long, but then they're always in my way. And my toes have to match. So and I get my eyelashes done. So I have a day of pampering because you've seen my hair, how gray I am, and my eyelashes are that gray also, but they're fine. Yeah, it is an anxiety thing sometimes. Just a habit you get into, and it's soothing because it's kind of like, I think it stems back from a baby sucking his thumb, right? And so that's that nurturing. This may not even be light enough to be enough of a difference. I'm not liking it at the moment. I think you lose the eye in it. Well, that could be a bummer. Yeah, it's too much. And that's even my lightest. All right, so let's think about this. Maybe I change it and put cream around the eyes, just so we don't lose the eyes. And then we can play with those other colors in the ears and in the face. Because I don't think I don't have another color in the velvets that would work. Let's try our cream there, see what we think. Yeah, see, I don't, so what I was gonna do, where she doesn't have any pink in the ears, I was gonna use this pink in the ears, this dusty pink, like right up this row, and then just right there at the tip where it's turned. And as far as my velvets, so I have that dusty pink. I have, if I decide to do the clothes in velvet, then I have a red for that, or a burgundy. I have a burgundy too that I can do. Oh, I do have this golden that could possibly work for a tan, maybe. So, should we try this? You want to try this and just see what it looks like? Let's try this. It's really a kind of a goldy brown, isn't it? It's more of a deeper gold. I got every color they had, because here is the yellow. And this is a gold, because you can tell, because up against the green, it's definitely not green. It's showing a little browner on the screen than it is. But we'll try it and see what we think. You know I'm game. We can try it and see. So we have the cream here, so we can see what we can tell the difference. And he is kind of a goldy brown if you look at the picture. Now there is still a lighter. I may do the cream under the eye. So let's take this one. this one. Here. Let's just go right under the eye and in between that gold. Just to kind of make sure that eye I'm having to look over. Hold on, let's do this again. Does that look a little better? I think. Hold on, let's do this too. Yeah, I'm glad I had it. See, that's the thing. I start, well, you've seen me. I start with an idea and some colors, especially like on that painting one. I knew where I wanted to go with it, but it wasn't until I started punching it that I could really see, no, I've got to have this or that. And then, yeah, so see, we're going to come in here. Mark came out of lurk. He was lurking. Okay. So, now of course this is from the back side, but the back side should be more prominent than the front side. It's hard for y'all to tell because let me zoom in the camera. That would help. Where's my zoomer? My zoomer. Where's my zoomer? Okay, I found my zoomer. Let's see if we can zoom in. Because we don't want to look mean. Oh, enhance? Is that what we're supposed to say? Okay, is that as far as I can go? I think that's as far as I can go. His eye looks a little mean, doesn't he? He looks a little mean in that eye. Not as sweet as we would want. But this is the back. So I say we're good with that gold, right? Although y'all really cannot tell what color it is. I don't know how else. Here, I'm going to lift my whole frame. Hold on, here we go. Can y'all see that now? Look at me lifting my frame. So, enhance. Yes, enhance. I got it. I get your jokes. I'm good with your jokes. Alright, what do you think? Does that look too mean muggy? Should we try working on the rest of this and seeing what we think? Leave it there for now. do our other eye. I'm wondering if it's the white that's making it. I'm going to take that out. This is trial and error, right? I don't like doing something I don't like the look of. And he has the potential of being so cute. So let's put that over there so we can use it again. Let's come back in with our our gold. Maybe that will make him look not quite so mean. Not sure. They did use a little bit of gray right here. And I don't know what I have in velvet gray. Well, I do have a gray. Maybe too dark. I think it's got some darks and some lights. Let's see if we can get just a little bit of the light. Where's our end? Alright, what I think I'm going to do is cut off this dark part. Do y'all see this gray that goes up the side right here? First, I think I'm going to do this. We just kind of have to keep playing with it. I'm going to take this gold right here. And I am just going to cut that off. And then I kind of put a gold dot right in the middle of here. Just give it a little movement. All right, now let's take this light gray. You know what? I really think I'm going to go to right here because this is where the really light gray is. Thanks for the check-in, Giggy. How are you today? I hope you are doing well. We are good here. We are trying to make this bunny look right. So we're playing with velvet yarns at the moment. I'm trying to kind of stay with the picture. So we'll see how this works out. I may take it all back out. You never know. That is the good thing about this. You can take it back out. And this came around like this. Oh look, okay. It's not wanting to pull very well. using many colors in his little cheeky. Just about to right there. And I guess part of that may be the shading that they're doing. Toy Rodeo, are you in the movie quoting thing? Are you quoting movies? Did Fancy get you started?
Do who what?
I said, are you quoting movies?
Oh, no,
The
she
bonsai?
had said something about,
Did I miss something?
she had said something about enhance.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
she said,
not
like they
bonsai.
say in the movies. And I said, oh, like in the movie Blade Runner. Because
Yeah,
there's a famous
got it.
scene in there where it says quadrant, blah, 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 enhance.
I missed her bonsai meeting.
And then she has the bonsai meeting and she said, I'm going to get some cool peppers to bonsai. And so I looked it up and I thought, okay, so you do bonsai for pepper plants.
Huh. Who knew? Fancy, you teach us so much.
She is very eclectic. She is very experimental.
We learn so many new things. Okay, so there is that little pop of gray. You can bonsai a bunch of plants. Me too. I have a lot of hobbies. There is nothing wrong with that, is there? All right.
They say it's a very zen practice. Doing bonsai. It's supposed to be very yin and yang.
Why are you all bundled up?
Because I'm freezing up there in my room. I can't shut my door and stay warm like I used to, huh, bud? Oh.
All right, so I am going to
All right, Daddy, leave you alone.
wax on, wax off.
Wax on or wax off?
Wax on, wax off. Wax on, wax off.
Paint the fence.
Paint the fence. You never know what you will learn in life, huh? All right, I'm looking at this because I know we're going to take this color. That's absolutely. There's always something they can learn. All right, I'm going to. Right now, he just looks like a hot mess. But we're going to trust the process for a minute. Trust the process, although we've lost his eye again. I may have to give in and do his eyes in black. We'll see. We'll see. I wasn't going to, but we may have to. I know. Thank you. We are going to woolly worm it. I think I am going to have to pull the eyes out and do those in black. I just don't think they're gonna pop if I don't. This cream may be too light for right here, but maybe we just do it thinly. And that's the other thing. Depending on how much you punch in, depends on how much it shows. We'll see. The eyes are really bothering me. Because if you can't get the eyes, that is the I do have a black. And it's not a really, it's like a charcoal, it's not really a black. So it may not be too harsh. Y'all see all this velvet flying everywhere? Alright. What, bud? What are you doing? Alright. So let's see if this will work better. Right now he's still not happy because there's no birds out there because there's no bird feed. It comes today. I'm just kind of pulling on it. Yeah, there's no telling what he did all night. Well, there you go. I think that's our first April Fool's, don't you? Okay, what do you think of that? That looks better, doesn't it? You can see his eye. It makes me feel better. I like that better. He can have all kinds of hobbies, huh? Yep, I think I had to have the black for the eyes. As much as I didn't want to, I don't think we had a choice. Alright, that looks a little better. You could move to Texas. It is very hot here. You will have to learn how to survive in the heat. Although apparently not right now because toy rodeos are walking around freezing. But normally, it is very warm here. Okay. Alrighty, so let's go back You know what? I'm just going to go in and put the last few creams on the face, the lower face that I need to do. Have I ever? I have. Not big, serious ones, just little ones. And I will say, I thought about doing one today on stream, but I changed my mind. He's scaring the birdies. I get to go out after this, and I told Toy Rodeo we need to aerate our front yard. Yeah, he's been pranking the birds. No, I'm sure they're wishing we would get some feed in because they like our bird feeders. Alright. I'm just going to do that little bit of white right there that they had, just right in that smidgen. I'm going to put a couple of dots above that eye and just a little bit above this eye. And that should do it for this color on the face. So let's go over this eye. You can see where that shredded off. Fancy, do you like to prank people? Do you do pranks at work? Whoops, all the yarn just fell. Alright, so I think that's it for our white right here. Oh no. You know, we used to pop rocks in our Coke all the time. I love pop rocks. Okay. So this is going to be dark. So right here we're going to start our light. And that is actually going to come all the way down to the nose. Yep, this color may work better. We may just be using our dark to do the outlining. And this is going to come around this way. I'm going to leave an opening for the darker color right here. And it's only going to go down so far. And then we'll come back in here. So this is almost like I'm just looking at a picture and drawing it. That's kind of what I'm doing. I think you did it twice because it worked so well. And were you not their favorite grandchild? Okay. So this was not the direction I was going to go, but it's working pretty well. So we'll now take this on around. Right here they have a little dark spot. So let's do it like this. Good. That's good. Alright, so I'm going to go around like this. Now I'm wondering though, now that I've changed that to black, I think I probably should put those white highlights back in. Oh, they raised you. That probably did help. They already were prepared for what you would do, probably. Yeah, I think I'm going to try putting that cream back in under the eyes to see if that brightens the eyes up a little bit. Is he starting to look like a bunny? I'm just looking. I'm going to one more time. No, with punch, I'm working from the back. So all of my loops are hanging down on the other side. So we'll turn this over and look at it, which will make it, it will be softer automatically because, oh, hold on, my yarn's falling again. Because the loops will kind of move around. Hooking, when I use my crochet hook, then I'm working from the front. So because I'm pushing that through, working from the back, because I pull these up, I work from the front. I'm just making sure that we're where we're supposed to be, and we are. Oops. Yes. So so she gives it to you colored, um, the way that you would punch it. They're pranking everyone for real. Ours go off at 1 p.m. on Wednesdays. Alright, so I think what I'm going to do real quick is grab my cream, put it under this one eye, and see if I like that better. Because then I will pull. Yes. Now, I can take any pattern and reverse it and punch it, like the one that I'm doing for my daughter, that big round one. I'm punching it and it is a rug hook pattern, but because it doesn't have any words, then it doesn't matter. So I'm going to take this. Let's see what this does if we put this under here. If it brightens it up just a tad. Brightens up his eye. And remember, the more you punch, or the longer you punch, the longer your loops are, the more watercolory it becomes. So what you see is really defined on the back side is not going to be near as defined on the front side. Now we're kind of losing that. Yeah, see, I'm working on it. I'm working on it, I promise. We will figure it out. So like right here, you're not seeing as much of the black because of the fuzz on the velvet, but on the front, you will. It looks a little beady-eyed right there. But I think that does help the eye pop. So let's take just this little section out on this side. There we go. And put the cream in there. Okay, good. All right. So, yep, I think that little bit of cream under the eyes looks better. And I'm going to come in with our darker brown. And we're going to come in here with a line, and in here, and right here. Yeah, that makes it look like he has eyes. They're not lost. That's better. But see what? That took me 4 times to try to get it to where I wanted it. So sometimes it just takes a little work. Alright. So we're going to go from here with my dark brown. Thank you so much, Mark, for subscribing. That's very, very sweet. I know you didn't have to because you have whatever it is, turbo, right? Aren't you on turbo? That's very nice of you. I really appreciate it. Full circle. Now that should have given you more points on there. I don't know how fast they do them, but okay, so then I'm going to take this okay, so that goes there. And I'm going to run this one on out because this does stay pretty dark right here. This can be really slow, but it's so worth it when they look right. Yeah, that's funny because I already had that's interesting because I already hit my first 10. I didn't know that you got them for after 10. There you go. Now we learned something new. Thank you for the posture check, and I do need to hydrate. Posture's a little hard when I'm leaning this far forward to reach something up here. I really need to spin my thing around and work backwards. But cheers. I did need that. Whew. Now I think I should be getting in some of our things that we're going to put on channel points for me to do. Oh, and then that's what I was going to look at. Hold on, I'm going to look. So we always watch YouTube before we go to bed. And we usually watch some of those like Quantastics and stuff. No star or diamond. Oh, I don't drink water. My mother says that if they tested my blood, it would come out Dr. Pepper. Hi, Bud. How are you? Really? Really? That's what you're going to do? You're going to stretch on my stuff? Where are you going? So I thought about trying like one of those air dry pottery clay kits. I thought that might be fun to do. I have no idea. But if I could find a little... I'm just trying to find different things that I haven't ever done. Have any of y'all done those? So we were watching, you know, that Quantastics or whatever, and they, you know, put all the compilations. And I thought that might be something I could try. Okay, so we know we need to put our gold back in here. Coming around here. He's hunting the bunny. Yeah, we'd have a problem if he went after the bunny. That's why I'm still not sure I can let him out on my back porch with all the birds. I'm telling you, I think he'll go right through that screen. Because he is a little hunter. Aren't you, bud? Are you a little hunter? Come on. I haven't done anything with plaster Paris. I haven't, but see if they had a small kit like that, I could do something like that, I guess. I'm just trying to find y'all some options that you can use your channel points on to pick what we do that's something that I don't know. I mean, because I could crochet, I could knit, I could diamond paint, I could do all kinds of stuff, but there's very few things that I don't know how to do, so those are things I'm trying to find. I can put a plaster Paris on my thing. Yeah, Binx could help. Yeah. I don't know what we'd have to say. He can be a stinker. Okay, and then let's see, where are we? Alright, so I have a gold spot I need to do here, and here, and here. You know what, let's do that first before we go up to the ears, because I don't want to forget those. Go in here. he shed so badly. Okay, so there's that. And with the rest of his face finished. Rotten meat. Isn't that lovely? And I could see where it would attract flies and stuff, right? Alright. So there's the bottom of his face. And we have a little bit up here. And I think I am going to swing this around where we're going to work upside down. You know what? I'm just going to soften this just a little bit. Done my Binxie. All right. So there is his face. Yep, I'm turning it wound and wound. And y'all can see how white, how creamy this is here and how filthy this is down here. Where's my... That is how much this velvet sheds. So like this is perfectly clean. Look at all that fuzz. You did get it. Good job. All right, so we're going to put our picture upside down too. And I think I really want to go pink, not white on the ears. Let's see what that looks like. It may be too harsh and we may have to take it back. But let's see. Good job, Fancy. All right, so hello, Clarice. All right. think of this pink. Maybe soft enough. And then this one, I'm going to take all the way down. Oh, y'all can't even see what I'm doing. Where'd the camera check go? Nobody did the camera check. There we go. Now y'all can see what I'm doing. Oh, let me move Binksy up. I'll make him a little smaller. Binksy boo. Yeah, we'll just move you up a little bit. There we go. There we go. Alright, and I think I thought about making this one thicker. I think I'm gonna have to. I think it's gonna get lost if I don't. There we go. Alright, so and we'll see what we think of that. We may have to change it. And they did do some cream, so let's get that in there first. So they took this cream right here. Excuse me. I told you I'd start sneezing from the velvets. cream. And then on the other ear, there's a little bit of cream right here, and then it's going to have gold. You know what? Let's go back over that. Alright, and then see where that is there. So let's take, this kind of went from right here. Right here, I'm going to take this white all right. So we've got those colors in there, and then we have a little bit of the gold, and then it's going to be mostly dark. So we're just going to pop in some light areas. Toy rodeo.
Hang on a second.
And then once we get the ears done, we'll take it off the frame, flip it over, and look at it. See what we think.
Too glad?
What do you think?
I like it. I've been watching it. I think it's going to be very, very pretty. Especially in velvet.
Yeah, now I'm debating, do I do the rest of his body in velvet, like the coat and all that, and keep all that velvet?
I would.
So that he just pops all the way around?
Mm-hmm.
Or just him?
Well, I think you have to do a little bit. I mean, I think you have to do him and then do a little bit of his clothing and find out.
Yep. All right.
But I think all of him, probably, I don't know. Because there won't be a height difference, right? It'll just be a texture difference.
Correct. And then kind of come down here, so they'll have to come in between there. So let's don't forget that this right here needs to be filled in. And then this is a big little area right here. there's a little bit of light right there. And you know what? Really, it kind of goes down. Alright, so I'm going to take this gold kind of right around this one. Now, kind of making this a different shape. We're kind of spread out in a couple of areas. Now, I do think do think there is this lighter little swash right here. I think I'm just going to outline. I don't think I'm going to go with quite as wide a thing because I just want a little bit of definition, not it to really stick out. So I'm just going to do pull a little bit of that gray up, but I don't think I'm going to. Alright, so I think that is all of the other colors that I'm going to put in, and now I'm going to go with the dark. Now I may mix my darks. It's like this tip is very, very dark. These get fidgety. like I said, this can get fiddly, and so I'm just, whoops. So we wanted to make sure that that darkest part is up here at the tips. All right, thanks for the alert. Alright, so I am going to come around this. Because this is at the top, I'm going to put some of this black in there. Okay, so let's just pull all that. So that gets the really dark tips. And then we can just take the rest of this and fill in. I think we've got all the highlights in we need. And this has got lights and darks in it anyway, so this should work out really well. So I am going to go ahead and come down and outline. Right here on the outside of this gold. Y'all, it is April, and I get to change my calendar. Yay! Ah, it broke. That is the thing with cutting this velvet as thin as I did to get it to go through my needle. It can break. Oh, it does not want to get in there, does it? Hey, Cub, how are ya? Are you having a good day? I am good. We are going to wrangle this bunny, and he is not going to give me any trouble. So we say. So we hope. Wrangle that rabbit. I'm telling you, we are going to win, aren't we? Thanks. We've had to really work at it and change some things, and as soon as we get the ears done, we'll flip it over and see what it's looking like. But we've changed a lot. Nowhere is this what I started out with, so it's working. So what have you been doing? If y'all don't follow Crafty Cub, you should. He does all kinds of things with fiber arts. And he does fiddly things that there is no way I'd even mess with, like the doilies. I don't know why I just threaded this backwards. But I did. And just these little fibers you cannot see. You like the pink in the ears? Yeah, I think I'm gonna like it. I thought it might be too shocking, but I don't think it will be once we get all this dark here. So we're working with wool running, or we're working with velvet running it through the punch needle, and that is what's fiddly. We're only doing that for this brown because I don't have a brown in velvet that I like. So where normally I wouldn't have to feed my needle constantly, I am having to thread it every little bit. But I think it will be worth it in the end. Yeah, and I'm not going to outline outside of the pink. I'm going to just leave the pink as the ears are turned. And not close them in, I don't think. I may change my mind and run one up, but I don't think so. We'll see. And even these browns have a little bit of a blue tint to them. I catch it every once in a while. What you doing, bud? What you doing? How are you? I love you. You wanna lay right here? You wanna lay right here? Come here. You can lay right here. There we go. Come on. That's all right. He's gotten in trouble for laying on here when I was doing the other one. You have to lay down though so they can see what I'm still doing. You have to lay down. Hey Sus, how are ya? Can you lay down? Right on the ears? That's where you want to go? Right there? Is that where you want to go? Can I flip you around just a little bit, bud? Can I flip your butt just a little bit? No, you're fine. Right there. Go that way. That way. Well, for a few minutes we can work on this upper area. He'll end up rolling off of it here in a little bit. Uh-oh. Well, that's what you get for being around a bunch of people last week. Well, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better soon. Yeah, see, I knew you wouldn't last long. Do you just need some treats, my boy? Hold on, we're gonna redo this. You have treats. There you go. I know there's no birds, but we're gonna get some bird feed. You'll be fine. Yep, that's the Binx cam when he's here. That's where he lays. He's got a heating pad under there that he lays on. Yep. I had one before, but then he would never stay up here, so. But now, because I have the bird feeder outside the window, he tends to stay there. Yep, Binx is pretty calm. Although yesterday he was tearing through the house. He had the zoomies for a while. hope you feel better soon. It's usually allergies around here. Things are blooming and winds are coming out of all different directions, and we keep having a little cool front, and then it'll get hot, and then we have a little cool front, which is why Toy Rodeo is freezing, because I won't turn the heat on. I'm not going to heat it up in the morning for it to come back in the afternoon and need to be turned off to turn the AC on. I mean, I would if it was really freezing, but he can put layers on. I'm trying to get my fingernail under there. Thank you. I know, Toy Rodeo, several times they said, I cannot believe you went with pink. I'm like, it's spring, it's pastel-y color for the Easter season. I change my nail color all the time. I don't know why he was surprised. If I don't keep my nails grown out, I have little old man hands. Little bitty hands. Look like I have little kid hands. Yep, Easter colors, you're right. Easter colors. And we're working on an Easter bunny. Now, we will have some really bright colors in the eggs. We're going to do some fun. Some probably of the colors that we used in the flower rug. We'll use some of those. See, we'd be done with this if we weren't having to fiddle with the wool strips. But I think I'm gonna like this color better. I am out of my drink, so let me fix me one real quick. I brought one in here. I just need to fill it up. No, it's not where. It's that Easter Sunday is when you can start wearing white again, and then Labor Day, you have to stop wearing white. So you can wear white from Easter through Labor Day. That was the rule. They've kind of gotten away from that rule, but that was the rule. Which is why on Sunday you always saw the little girls with the new white patent leather shoes and the white purses. And that wasn't a taboo rule for Easter itself, but fashion. You were not fashionable if you wore white after Labor Day or before Easter. So I have a little hole right here that we're going to fill in. Cool. What's your favorite type of cake for your birthday? What's everybody's favorite birthday cake? Or favorite birthday dessert? Yours is April 3rd. You were almost an April Fool's baby, too. So Mark's is Wednesday and Fancy's is Thursday? Happy birthday week. Regular sponge, jam, and cream. So does that automatically come with the same jam no matter who makes it, or are there different jams that are made that you pick from? And Fancy, what are you going to do for your birthday? We know that Mark, I think, is going to have. Are you still going to have KFC for your birthday? Y'all are birthday buddies. And Jane and I are birthday buddies. There you go. So you're going to do KFC still. And you're getting a birthday cake. And you already got some of your candy because you were eating it yesterday. Texas Roadhouse. I usually go there so I can have the awesome, I don't remember what it's called at each place. Is it the Awesome Blossom there, or is it an Onion Blossom, or Bloomin' Onion? Or is that Outback that it's Bloomin'? Oh, Bloomin' Onion. Yep, I love Bloomin' Onion. And some good rolls with cinnamon butter. We have a Texas Roadhouse a few miles from us, but they're actually, well, I say a few, probably about 10 miles from us, but we have one they're building right now, just a couple of miles from us. Okay, cactus blooms. Okay. Yeah, it used to be, so originally, way back a million years ago, it used to be called an Awesome Blossom. And I love prime rib. My mother-in-law, my mother doesn't, my mother-in-law dates a guy that can't stand his steak not absolutely burned to a crisp. So I order prime rib when I'm with him because he just snarls at my meat the whole time, at my food. It's quite funny. I might do it intentionally. So it's like a big onion that they soak so that it opens up all of its petals, right? And then they dip it in a batter and deep fry it. And then you have this spicy sauce to go with it. It's so good. I love them. A horseradish sheet sauce that goes with it. I know, how do we always get on food? It's like Toy Rodeo's running this discussion. He's always talking food. You know, they sell the cinnamon butter now at Walmart. The Texas Roadhouse butter. They actually have their own line at Walmart. Birthday food is the best. I don't think you said, though, what your dessert is, Fancy. What are you going to have for a dessert? Yeah, we always ask for extra. I like cheesecake too. Cheesecake's one of my favorites. The turtle pecan. I usually just like plain cheesecake with the strawberry sauce. Okay. Well, that would be Masters in Georgia. Toy Rodeo, are you not answering the question? Because this is the one golf um, tournament we have to watch every year. If we don't watch the others, it's okay, but yep, so it is the Masters in Georgia. You get the green jacket. It is the end all be all for golf. And I thought Toy Rodeo would have already answered it, because we have to watch it every year. That's on his bucket list, to go actually be at the Masters in Georgia. Oh, you were giving others a chance. That's on your bucket list, isn't it?
Yep, that's on my bucket list.
Well, I didn't type it. I had already said it, but
I know.
and I didn't want to give it away.
No, I did.
But that's one that if I ever got an opportunity to go to, I would. They have a lottery every year that you can submit your name for, because they make a certain number of tickets available to the general public, which they did not do up until about 5 years ago. But the 3 or 4 times that I've submitted, I have not been fortunate enough to win an opportunity. And that's just an opportunity to purchase the ticket. And I have no idea what those tickets cost. But I'm pretty sure they're not inexpensive.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're not cheap.
Fancy saying, imagine being at the Masters drinking an Arnold Palmer
Mm.
while in one of those golfing hats.
Yep.
Just make sure you can see over the brim of those golfing hats, so if a ball is coming at you, you don't get whacked.
No, you want to get hit by the ball, because then the person that hit you with the ball, the player, they autograph that golf ball and then give it to you.
Yeah, no, I still don't want to be hit by a ball.
Ah, sissy. By the time
I've
people
seen
get
them
hit,
knock people out of the stands.
well, most people who are struck by the golf balls on the professional tour are not injured in any significant way.
And some are.
But I did go to a golf tournament here in Texas, and I did get to see Tiger Woods play in person.
Yeah.
When he was at the peak of his career, or when he was starting to peak.
You and my dad.
Yep.
And that was it wasn't the Colonial, it was the Colonial's Fort Worth. The Dallas one was the...
It used to be the Arnold Palmer.
Oh my God, that wasn't the Cotton, it wasn't.
No.
What did it used to be called? That bugs me. The Colonial was in Fort Worth. It's now the Texas Open,
Yeah, it didn't used to be.
but it used to be... Oh my golly, now the other one's not the Colonial. It is
No.
now the Charles Schwab.
Yeah, they've all been bought by somebody. Somebody's put their name on everything. They're no longer the names that they used to be. Yep. I had Tiger
Byron
Woods.
Nelson.
Byron Nelson. There we
That's
go.
what it
Named
was.
after a person.
Byron
I kept
Nelson.
thinking it was Arnold Palmer for some reason.
So what happens to the people who are not in the most people category when they get hit by a golf ball? I know, that's what I'm saying. I don't want
They're
to
usually
find out.
financially compensated, I'm sure.
betting they are financially compensated, aren't they? They sure don't want
I
to
guess you
sue
can take your clovers down now.
Look, I don't want to find out though. It is a person and a drink. Yep.
Mm.
And
Does
almost
anybody know what the Arnold Palmer consists of?
it has tea.
You're gonna tell them?
Oh, sorry. Toy Rodeo was asking, does everybody know what an Arnold Palmer consists of, the drink? I know. Well, actually, I only know, yep, tea and lemonade. That is right.
Yeah.
Not even alcoholic. Okay, I had to go back because I was missing some of chat. So, Toy Rodeo, you're missing this.
What?
Fancy said, I would want to be hit. Imagine if the person who hit you was a celebrity like Bob Barker. I know he's dead.
Well, that's good. Yes.
Insurance claim. Oh, see, Those don't seem to go together for me, but I know people like them.
Well, if you like sweet tea, it's probably fine.
No, I like sweet tea and it's not fine.
Well, you don't like lemon though,
Oh, but I don't like lemon. Well,
or lime,
but I like lemonade.
because you don't like lemon in your or lime in your guacamole either.
I don't like lime or lemon in my guac.
You're not really a citrus person,
Well, I was allergic to it my whole life.
except for grapefruit.
I do like grapefruit. Here's how I eat fruit. I like grapefruit and oranges, but because I've always had a citrus allergy, I will break out in a rash if I eat too much of it. I can have little doses. If I eat an apple, it's because someone else has cut and peeled one. It does give me hives. I can eat it in small quantities. The problem is like, let's say grapefruit, right? Especially in the summer, you get those big old ruby red grapefruits. If I start eating them, then I want a lot of it, and then I break out. And it's not like I eat it all at once. If I eat, like if I eat a grapefruit a day for a week, then I end up in hives. You know what? I've never really enjoyed the taste of pineapples, so I've never eaten them. Okay, grapefruit. What do you put on your grapefruit, if anything? Do you eat your grapefruit straight? Do you put salt on it? Do you put sugar on it? Toy rodeos in them besmirching the way I eat my grapefruit. Nancy put sugar on hers. Pink grapefruit straight with a little pinch of sugar maybe, if it needs it. Toy Rodeo does straight. Mark, you like pineapple on your pizza? That's a horrible prank. So I eat my grapefruit with salt. I put salt on my grapefruit. I love salt on my grapefruit. What about cantaloupe? See, we get beautiful Pecos cantaloupes. What do you put on your cantaloupe? Anything? Salt on cantaloupe? No, yes, on pineapple pizza. Yuck. Yuck. Cantaloupe straight. I think Toy Rodeo does his with salt.
A little bit.
Oh, he says a little bit of salt, not much salt on his cantaloupe. I eat my cantaloupe with salt and pepper. I put black pepper on my cantaloupe. Fresh sugar, fresh strawberries have to have sugar. Yep. I usually can eat my strawberries straight. Unless they are just really not ripe. And then maybe we will add, is it tijin? I don't even know what that is. Fancy. Educate me. Now what I really like to do is make that dip that is cream cheese and the marshmallow cream, and you blend that together and then dip your fruit in it. Oh, that is so good. All right, watermelon. Salt, sugar, straight. Oh, and the well, I always call it an awesome blossom of the cactus blossom. Oh, of the, okay, thank you. And just in case, I think this works now. Let's try it. I think that works. Oh, that is the next thing I need to do is I need to set up a video capture that I can show Discord. Let me make a note. Or screen capture. So I can pull Discord up and y'all can see it. Because I cannot show y'all Discord. Oh, okay, so the seasoning. Oh yeah, that'd give it a kick. That'd be good. It's got some cayenne, I bet, in it, and you could probably use that even for meat, for tacos. Is the lime strong in it? See, that's the problem with why I don't like guacamole when you go out to places, because they put the lime in it to keep it from turning, right? But they're too heavy-handed on the lime. Alright, we are coming down to the end of our bunny ears. That's why the Mexican food restaurants I go to make your guac right at the table, your guacamole, because then they're not using all that lime to keep it from changing color. But if you just put a tad on your finger, the lime's not that strong of a flavor. Alright, we are down to just about the end of what we have cut too. Look at that. That's going to work perfectly. It's almost lunchtime, so you won't be hungry long. Oh, yep. Those are the best things. Yum. Oh. Besides, how can you go wrong with fried? Anything fried is good, I think. Almost. I say that. I should be a little careful. Awesome! You get to take a vacation. Well, that will be fun for you. Enjoy it. All right, what do y'all think? Should we turn it over and see if we even like it? Let's see what we have created. How about that? Because it won't be quite so prominent, I don't think. I'm going to real quick just so I flip it, it won't all go to the floor. All right. His face is the hardest part. That's why I started it first. The rest of it will be much easier to do. And I am just going to pull this back and let's just flip. Well, never mind. I'm going to have to cut it all off. I'm going to have to cut it or we can't even tell what he looks like. Hold on. And let's turn him the right way so he goes this way. Alright, let's see what we've got here. He's a little scary, isn't he? A little scary. Now, of course, there will still be lots of cleanup. Oh, and I think since I went with this lighter velvet, this lighter brown, it looks really good against the pink. It almost has a mauve-y kind of look. I'm not going to cut very much. Well, thank you so much for the follow. Get Crafty with Kate. How are you? don't know why my welcome didn't go off. Did y'all hear it go off and I just didn't? You didn't hear it either. Hello. Well, I am sorry our little song did not go off. I don't know what's going on with our sound alerts, but welcome in. And thank you so much for the follow. And Fancy is our official greeter. We call ourselves the Woolly Worms because I work with all these little wormy things going on here. All these little loops. And we're just trying to see what we're looking like here. And I'm going to move this over a little more so y'all can see. We've been talking food, so everybody's hungry now. And Kate, what kind of crafts do you do? Tell us what you get up to. Ooh, look at this hot mess I've got going. We are going to have to vacuum after this. I am wrestling this rabbit. Look at all this. He did have a beard. But we're going to trim him up. We're not trimming him up all the way. We just want to know if we like what we've done. Or if there's anything we need to pull out. But we will have to probably lint roll him real quick to be able to even see what we've got going on. Because it is shedding everywhere. And y'all can see all these little pieces laying around that are coming off of him. See, and I'll just keep going like that, so put my scissors down. We have an ad break coming in just a few seconds. Well, so it says. So, let's see what we've got here. Uh-oh, am I on my last one? No. bouncing around over here first. Let's go one more time back over this. Now, we have some very uneven loops right there. And see, we're still gonna have to brush, but look at all that still just coming out of there. That's the only thing about the velvet, is it just keeps shedding and shedding and shedding. So make sure our eye is going to stand out. He's a little furry, isn't he? A little furry. Now, I'm just kind of going over it so we can kind of see. Like a real rabbit, because he's shedding everywhere. I swear these things never want to start for me. I have to work at it. There we go. He's definitely a little haggard because he's not even. So we'll have to cut him and make him even. But I think he looks like he has a bunny's face. What do y'all think? I'm looking at it in the camera, yeah, on my monitor, because it gives me a different perspective than what I'm looking at overhead. Because overhead, I'm seeing it this way. And all of that dark will go away right there. Around that eye, it won't be quite so dark. Yeah, I think we definitely needed the black. Otherwise his eyes would have been completely lost. I'm not sure about this little blob. It looks like a blob. It doesn't look like fur. So we may have to really work on sculpting that down a little bit. But you can see he has a nose. And you can see he has a mouth. It's showing up much better on the monitor because it's looking straight down than what I'm seeing, because I'm not liking it at the moment. But I think when he's cleaned up, I think he's going to be good. I think the colors are good. Y'all can't really see the... Okay, I'm going to lift it one more time so y'all can kind of see it closer up. Now, he's a hot mess and he isn't all one even, you know, thing, but you should be able to see more of the gold. Let's see if I can bring that down just a little. So he's got colors all around him. So I think I'm going to leave him for now until we trim him. And then when we trim him, if we don't like something, we can pull it back out and add at the end. So I say let's go with that, because I may come back in here. This probably needs to be a little thinner, this white right here, more like this one is. See how it's just barely there? This one's too much. There's too much blob here and too much blob here. So this I'm gonna fix. But the rest of it I think I'm okay with. I do like the pink in the ears. So let's go back. Now, and let's yeah, hold on. I want to take out this row here. See, that's the problem when you start getting, all right. Do I have a clip channel? I don't think I do, but I can make one really, really quickly. Oh. There you go. Oh, cool. Thank you so much for making a clip. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not either. Mad Friday. What does it entail? Binx, what you doing, bud? What you doing? Why are you going round and round? Okay, I'm gonna come in right here with a little more of that gold. Then we'll take that piece that we took out and reuse it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Come on. Alright. So now we're just going to take this and just do one little light. It's the last Friday before Christmas when everyone finishes work for the holiday and usually goes out drinking. Cool. And then is everybody off? I mean, for the most part, is that when the holidays start? Okay, I think that's gonna look okay. Hold on. And then everybody has a black eye for Christmas. do like our Cinco de Mayo. So we'll have to see if we like that better when we turn it over the next time. But we did it. All right. Now, where did our picture go? So I do have the velvets to do the jacket and the little, what do you call it? Cravat, whatever that thing is, his little tie. And I do have velvet to do his breeches, his pants. So, do we do them in velvet? That is my question. Do we keep everything about him in velvet? Or do we just leave his bunny head in velvet? Because his hands don't show. They're under the basket. And he has pants and socks on, or those little booty things. So we've done every part of the bunny that is actually real bunny. And he is all in velvet. Now we can immediately go back to wool yarn and just leave his head in velvet. Another birthday tradition is that drinks are on the house for the birthday boy, and the last drink consists of the entire top shelf of spirits in one glass. Woo! Nope, he's wearing those, you know, those old-fashioned sock boot thingies. That's what he's wearing. Yeah, those stocking things. So, kind of like duck boots. So we could just leave his head in velvet and go back to normal for everything else. But if we want to do him all in velvet, I have, so we've got the jacket there. I do have a couple of blues in velvet for the jacket. And I have a red that we probably would have to do maybe with this burgundy. Maybe we do the burgundy as the dark part and this red as the lighter part. And then we would probably use that same dark gold for the boots down at the bottom, or for the sock part. And then we have the charcoal gray for the pants and the shoes. So, oh, this is a burgundy. It never shows up burgundy. So here's the red and here's a burgundy. There it is. That kind of shows it. So I have all the colors to do his outfit in velvet if we want to. Now, that's probably as far as I will go with things looking exactly like the picture, because then we're going to go on, and we are going to do not just pastel-y eggs. We are going to have some pops of maybe some of those colors I used in my flower power rug. So there will be some bright colors, because there's eggs down here and there's eggs up here. So you think we should do it in wool and just leave his head in velvet? We can do that. So then our options on the blue are going to be different. I didn't pull any of those colors. I just pulled the colors for the for his head. So let's look. Hold on just a second. I do have colors that came in yesterday. So we can do blues more like a royal blue. I don't know that I like that light blue. Let's find a different blue. Hold on, let me get the ladder. I'm getting my ladder, which always freaks Toy Rodeo out. But let's get the ladder. See, he said, why are you getting your ladder? Because I need yarn. Alright, so let's see what other blues we have. We have this blue. Look, I'm standing on a ladder at the very top of the ladder. To be precise. That's purpley, isn't it? Although that's a pretty purpley blue. And we need a red. This is true red. And those accents were a little lighter. What do you think? Maybe we should go a deeper red. And then do the real
What's
red.
Mommy doing? Her being silly. It's her up on top of stuff she shouldn't be up on top of.
Not me.
Yeah, you.
Uh-uh.
Like cramming that in the orange hole.
Because it's kind of an orangey
Red?
red.
Yeah. Those have more purple in them,
Would those two go together?
yeah. As a dark and a light, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, one of those.
Alright, let's start with these. Coming down.
Slowly. Short legs.
That's the problem, is that the ladder
It's for normal
rungs
people.
are not in the right spots.
It's for normal people.
Especially that last step.
They're for normal people.
Whatever.
I'm taking this
Binx
away
is supervising. He was supervising. Okay. So I don't like this blue. Let's get rid of that blue. Ladders are fun. It just really wigs him out when I'm on a ladder, especially because I stand on the very top. Okay. So, hey, bring that back. I need it. He stole my ladder, y'all. He stole my ladder. Bring it back. Okay. I kind of like that for the lighter. blue. And it's kind of heathery. It's got some, let's see if y'all can see. It's got some purplies in it, some teal. So what do you think of those together? Or I can do this and this. I can do the navy. And then for the red, for his bag, we can do a couple of these colors. Maybe put a little pop of really pale pink in it. You like the purpley teal with the navy. He is being so good today. So you like these two together? Or did you like, okay, so this is one, and this is two. I don't think these two may be enough of a difference. I think they're both darks. And then we can pull some pink in. I've got some dusty pink to help with the highlighting of the red. All right. So I'm only going to use 2 colors for the jacket. Ooh. So, okay, just so you know, sometimes these patterns, so do you see any problem here? This is why I keep a pen with me. There is absolutely no arm where there is an arm here. So this really needs to come about right there. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and put this dark in this one. Yep, y'all are helping. That's good. Okay. I still have fuzz everywhere. And are you watching him watch me? Are you watching me, bud? Oh, y'all can't see his head now. It is just right at my cart where I keep the yarn. What you got on your nose, though? Come here. There we go. Come here. Let me get it off your nose. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So let's take our navy, and we are going to go up this arm with our navy. Pretty much we are going to outline the whole, except for maybe right here is light. Okay, well we're going to, yeah, he had something on his nose. I don't know what he was into, but him had something on his nose. Look, he's into, hey, hey, what you doing? What you doing? Hold on, let me get you some treats. There you go. There you go. What he really wants. Here. With that. actually turn this from. I don't need your help. Did you get it out? Did you get it out of there? Did you get it? Where'd it go? There it is. All right. So I'm going to go around his arm right here. Okay, and he's messing with my camera. There we go. What? What? Okay. So, just making sure we stay. So like this is the background of the tree. Seriously. Ah! Okay, all my yarn's falling. Hold on. All right. So we covered all of that.
What happened? Something's falling?
Huh?
I thought you said something was falling.
Yeah, all my yarn fell. Are you falling asleep in there? What you doing? Does he have enough treats?
Yeah. He's just taking them out of there
He's
one
just
at a
pushing
time.
them all around.
Yep.
Okay. So they did draw where they want the lighter color to be. So we're just going to follow these lines. Just go around here. Oh, now he's left me because Daddy came in and messed with him again. He tries stealing him all the time.
No, I don't try stealing him.
Yes, you do. Y'all saw that, right?
Oh.
All right, I'm taking your camera away. Alright, so now I'm just going to fill this in. Oops. Alright, we'll do the sleeve and then we will add our other color to see what we think. Ooh! That is okay. My yarn has somehow ended up on the floor and it's somewhere behind my chair. I don't know. Luckily Binx isn't in here so I'm not tempting him, but what? You hear him being mad? What? What? Hey. What? Did Dad holler at you? Did you hear him?
That's all I wanted.
What?
One's in the pantry room.
Are you serious?
Yeah. He goes up and down that hallway and whines until somebody opens the door.
What is in there? awesome. You posted your cake pictures. You just want to make us hungry. Very cool. We will look at that. Y'all, I will have that fixed for tomorrow, or we can all see Discord. But there is a very cool. An Oreo cake cookie. I mean, an Oreo cookie cake. I had that backwards. If anybody is in here and wants to join, there is the Discord link. It does look delicious. Now, do you have to wait? Or are you getting ready to get into it today? You have to wait because it's at her house. Bummer. Well, something to look forward to. Oh, we got a mess going on over here. Ooh, yay. Alright, so we have his arm done on the navy. Let's try the other one and see how we like it. This has such pretty colors in it. Let me make sure he's not wandering around and he sees that. I see you. What are you doing? What you doing? Come here. Okay. Y'all are not there. Does that help if I put the light on it? Maybe I just don't have enough light. We're gonna have to lift it up and show you because it looks really cool. We'll get this other part done and then we'll. So since this won't be walked on, we can use pretty much anything, but since we put the velvet on the rabbit, we definitely won't be walking on this. And Mark, he's answering you. You just have to give him time to type because you know he only types with 2 fingers. It takes him a while. All right. I think I'll pull on this a little bit. Yeah, I think that's gonna look good. I'm gonna lift this back up to the camera so y'all can see because can y'all see that? Yeah, that's gonna look good. Okay. That's heavy. That's a solid wood frame. Okay. So while I have this color loaded, so we're going to have our dark outline here, and then we're going to come in next to it with a lighter stripe. And here I'm right next to my frame. Okay, and we'll have, actually I'm going to back that off one. Cut that right there. Okay. And then I'm going to have this one right here. And I want to do this one right here. rest of the rug, I'll do my highlights and my lowlights and whatever designs I want to do kind of myself. But since I already have all of this in there, I'm just going to go ahead and use what they've already done. So I'm just checking this because really because this one really should kind of go to right here, that red, because we've got all dark back in here. So this will have a little bit of the light and the dark. And that goes from there to there. And then we have the dark again under his chin. Alright, I may have to play with that more, but here I'm right on the center of my frame. Of course, there will be lights and darks in here, but I just want to make sure we know where those are. So I'm just going to leave that for now, and I'm going to switch back to our dark, because we know the whole outline, other than what I just did, is in the darker. I'm about to lose my thingy again. Hold on. Okay. let's go this way. And that's the other thing about hooking in a position or a, what am I trying, direction, is because I can take this and I can keep going round and round like this, and even without a delineation of a different color right here, I can give that look of two different pieces. So the arm, so now I'm going to go back and fill this in between these two colors. All right, so I'm gonna grab a drink. Okay. So we're gonna come in with our navy here. Now, since I did not draw this, I have to kind of guess how their thought process was on drawing this, because this and this is dark. So did she just throw out the dark ones, because that doesn't match up with what we have here? And then does she just want that outlined and then come in with the lighter on that? Because that doesn't match up to the actual one that was done. So you kind of have to interpret when it's not your pattern. And how am I, where, this is just hanging. All right. So I'm going to do what she did here, and I'm just going to outline these a couple of times first and see what we think. I appreciate you coming to say hi. I was in yours earlier this morning. Oh, I did say hello though, didn't I? I appreciate it. Thanks, Bish. I'm going to be on for a little bit longer. I'm playing with this jacket. I did my bunny face in velvets. I looked at it from the front. I made a couple of changes, but I'm going to leave it until I get farther along, and we'll see if I still like it or if I'm going to have to make some changes. So he's in velvet, and then now we're back to wool to do the rest of the rug. So I'm playing with the way, I did not draw this pattern. Someone else drew it. So I'm trying to interpret, because the way this looks compared to the way these are drawn are not the same. So, look at my frame, what my frame did. Here, bud. Well, yeah, we'll see. I did adjust a little when I flipped it back over, so I think it will look better, but this was too bulky, the cream there, and this was a little bulky, even though I did it based on the picture. I did do a few adjustments from the back. We'll see how it looks on the front when we go back over it. But look at that. I got a big old long. This is how my stand attacks me, y'all. Those kind of things right there. It jumps out at me sometimes. All right. So we're now working on this. And the thing is, I think this one is going to be all blue, maybe also, and then we'll go back. Not even. Let's check. Is my music playing? It says it is. Okay. Just checking. So I am kind of directional hooking this one because there's so much of the dark right here. Thank you very much, Fancy. I appreciate it. Alright, and we're going to do this little bit right here. Doesn't even look like more than this little bit is against the bottom in dark. So I'm going to just do these little blue ones right here, and then we're going to change colors. Hold on, y'all. Let me put the Binx can back. He's decided he's going to be nice. Let's move him back down. There we go. All right. Okay, so here is our dark right here. And our dark at the collar is only going to be right back in this corner. So I'm just going to put that in real quick. You think it's looking snappy? I hope so. He's pretty dressed, that little bunny. Alright, hold on, because my yarn has rolled under my chair. I swear. And I have a tray, and it just will not stay in this tray. Okay, so I am going to stop there with the navy for right now, and let's go ahead and fill in our lighter blue. I am getting pranked by my yarn. Although, you know what? I lied. Let's do one more thing. Let's go ahead, because our buttons, or are they black and gray? They may be black and gray. Well, let's just make the executive decision. They're going to be black and gray. So let's move this for a minute. And we know we don't want these, so let's put them over there. Maybe that will help. So now let's go back to this color. And I'm going to outline one. velvets just so we can see where we're going. I'm thinking this is his little waistcoat, and under here is his belly. Do you see that? Can y'all see that? I think his little fuzzy belly is sticking out under there. What do y'all think? Because if so, then we'll do velvet right there. I think his is his little waistcoat sticking up. Okay, so we're going to make him, we'll end up doing that in velvets then. So we'll have a little fuzzy belly. Kind of like Binx's little belly. Then got a little fuzzy belly. So it's a good thing I didn't put the cream velvet up. So then we've got, I'm just going around where our lighter blue is going to be. Yeah, I think that is good. Fish, you know I always appreciate you, right? I hope you know that. So I saw you working on your moons. I saw you working on your moons on the bottom one, but didn't you have two on your fabric? I didn't get to see what the other one was. We found out today Fancy has a birthday this week. It's Thursday, isn't it, Fancy? If I'm right. Oh, so you haven't thought of a design for that one? Yeah? Okay, so Thursday. So Mark's is tomorrow and yours is Thursday. It's a big birthday week around here. Now, were you doing phases or just doing moons? You have to catch me up because I had to leave. I couldn't stay. Yeah. Phases of the moon. Okay, cool. Yep, Mark's is tomorrow. Fancy's on Thursday. You're not inspired. Mine's full too. See, fish. We're so Yeah, and I'm using Procreate also. I like Procreate. I know. That's what I was thinking. So I am just doing some directional hooking. I do want directional hooking in this jacket because of the fabric. Total eclipse. And yours is crescent. So my son-in-law proposed to my daughter during right at the apex of the what was it, the fire eclipse, was that what it was called? What was that eclipse? I think that's what it was called. Ring of Fire eclipse, that was it. And he proposed right at the apex of that. And then they got married at the Valley of Fire in Nevada. So everything was about fire. Yeah, she had no idea. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do is we're gonna get this half of the jacket done, and then I want to play with the reds for a little bit and see what we think. Well, we're so glad you shared. proposed to in the winter while you and your husband visit a lighthouse on your way on a trip. Our wedding was medieval themed, and I rode on a mule. Oh, that is great. I love it. You will have to post a picture in Discord. It doesn't have to be of you if you don't want it to be, but of some of your wedding theme. And you walk down the aisle to a song from Labyrinth. That is great. I think everybody should make it exactly their own, which is why I almost died at my daughter's, because she was determined to have it in 114-degree heat out in the desert. And I told her I don't do heat well. She knows I've had 2 heat strokes. But we did it anyway. I did survive, but barely. If my brother-in-law hadn't brought an ice, well, I'd asked him to bring an ice chest of water, and I asked everybody not to drink in the party bus on the way to the wedding because I knew it would be hot and icky, and I didn't want a bunch of people throwing up. So we had champagne and stuff for the way back, but he did bring a whole bunch of waters. He lives in Vegas, and he had thought to grab some towels and bring them, and his wife got onto him and said, "Why are you bringing all that stuff?" And when I said, "Okay, I need water, and I need water now," and Toy Rodeo realized I'd already downed a bottle of water, which I hate. I don't drink water. When he realized that, they started to panic, and my brother-in-law ran back down the hill to the bus, grabbed some waters, and thought to dunk one of those towels in the ice chest. And I'm telling you, that towel saved my life. I wouldn't let anybody have it. And when I was like, they were like, "Can we please take a picture without the towel?" I said, I made Toy Rodeo stand right next to me, and I handed him the towel because I had to sign the marriage license. And I made him sign the towel, hold the towel right beside me, not let it out of my, well, I did not pass out, but there is an area of time I don't remember at all. When we got home from Vegas, I told my husband, I said, I am so sad that we weren't in the group picture, because Brianna realized how bad it was, and she was like, get all the pictures with my mom first and then let her go. So I went back to the party bus because they had it running and the air on, and so I didn't stay for most of the pictures. And I had told Toy Rodeo when we got home, I said, I hate that we were not in the big group picture. And he just kind of looked at me. He didn't say anything. And we get the pictures from the photographer, and I am in the picture. And I'm like, when was that taken? I don't remember that at all. And I said, why are we facing this way? Because we were facing a different way than the bluffs. And they said, because we said, no, Mom, stay there. We'll come to you. Everybody get around and take a picture with my mom in it. So we do have a picture. But I looked like a purple Oompa Loompa. But here's a picture. This is just one I can grab real easy. But it was these orange bluffs. And she had everybody dressed in certain shades of blue so that all the pictures would be really cool. Yeah. Oh yeah, she's thrilled with pictures. She may have almost killed her mother, but she's thrilled with the pictures. And they did turn out beautiful. They were. was trying to see if I just have one of them far away. You know, it'd be faster to do it this way. So they did very well. I was really impressed with them. They come on, load all my pictures. Now I'll show you toy rodeos. And why won't you load? He was melting also. So we had a wedding for one of my friend's sons a year before that, and Toy Rodeo wanted to wear this jacket, and I was like, you are not wearing that jacket. So when Brianna was getting ready to get married, she said, Dad, you can get one of those jackets if you want. And I was like, oh Lord. So they went, but she wanted it in, because she wanted navy, right? Or, well, she wanted blues. Hold on, I'm trying to find. Of course, nothing's loading when I want it to. So we went and found him this jacket that he was like, he loved it, she loved it. I'm like, okay, whatever, you're gonna burn up, but that's fine, whatever. So he did look really cool, and if it ever loads, I will show you. If the pictures load. But he was just as hot. He had a bow tie. It was so cute. Okay, now load. Ignoring you. Okay, well, we're still loading. Okay, here we go. So here is the picture. Oh, wait. Okay, y'all. Look. I mean, I look horrible. This is not a touched up picture. But I am redder than the rocks. Can y'all see that? That is horrible. You know what? Toy Rodeo has a video that he watches anytime he can't remember how to. Well, it was horrible, but Don did Dr. Yeah, you have a video, right, that you do for the bow tie?
Yeah.
There's some video he watches. Okay, so here's Toy Rodeo's jacket. It was so cool. It's all embroidered with these really royal blue flowers and green leaves. Yeah, it was really cool. And then here's the picture that I don't remember being in. But so what she did was she told everybody to pick hues of blue. wait, that's blurry. Go this way. Sorry, I'm making y'all sick. Don't look yet. I'm trying to find the camera. Oh. Wake up. So everybody's in some form of blue. And then you've got the red rocks behind us. Yeah, yeah. She, you know, that's that artist in her. So she actually said, Mom, I'm going to go and I'm getting paint chips and I'm putting paint chips in the invitations and telling them that they can only wear one of these colors blue. I was like, Brianna, she was not a diva at all, except for that. And I was like, you can't tell people what they can and can't wear to your wedding. She goes, yes, I can. She did. But she had a vision. And that was the main thing she wanted, was those pictures against the rocks. And it did turn out beautiful with the purple Oompa Loompa. Yeah, she wasn't a bridezilla except for that. Just that one little thing. So I thought we got out pretty easy. But this was their backdrop. You know, up against those blue, red rocks. And he looked like we teased him that he was the Twilight vampire. Because I don't know if you can see in here. Let me see if I can zoom it in a little bit on him. He had, his whole suit had rhinestones. So it was sparkly. And in the sunlight, he twinkled. You don't have such cool nature. Oh, I bet you have pretty things, though. There's a good one of where we were. It shows the blue sky and the... Well, which way am I going? This way. So we were up on the top of this hill. And those benches we're sitting on, well, they're stone too. Well, I didn't think about how hot that would be after it'd been in the sun all day. A rhinestone cowboy. He was a rhinestone cowboy. So, yeah, rhinestone boy. There you go. Aw, poor Binx is having to sit through an ad. His are usually about 10 seconds, and that's all he gets. Alright, so what is it? Can you name the final song that gave Elvis Presley a #1 hit during his lifetime? Ooh, the final one. Oh boy, sounds better. Yep. Alright, Fancy's going Blue Christmas. I'm trying to think. In the 70s. The one I have in my head, I can't think of the title. Are you finally back, Bish? What took you so long? So we're trying to figure out what was the last Elvis song that gave him his last His last #1 hit during his lifetime. But I have no idea. Me neither. Suspicious Minds. That was the one going through my head, and I could not think, you know, I could not think of it. Oh well. You don't know that song? Yeah, you do. You just haven't, you'd know it the minute you heard it. Alright, so I'm going to stop there for a minute on his jacket. I think his jacket is starting to look really good. I'm liking his jacket. I may not be happy with his face, but I'm liking his jacket. So let's, for a second, talk about his little, what do you call that? Cravat, wait. Yep. I like Kentucky Rain. I think, do I have markers right here? So I think I am going to get a little bit of pink because I don't want to go white, but I want to do these lights. So I think I'm going to go pink, but my pink is up there and he stole my ladder. So, I think we can use 3 reds and that will work. And I think what I want to do, this one is a solid. I don't think I want to do that because if I do the heathered, can y'all see this one's heathered and it's got some of the reds in it. So I think that red will pop better with that. So, excuse me. I'm trying to think which one is the pool. There, that one is not. You like Johnny Cash? Okay, so I am going to outline all of this first. I'm just looking because this is a button. So this really needs to go up a little farther. So I'm going to go from here. I don't think this is drawn all the way. First of all, let's go back to that. Let's look at this a second. So you've got your little thingy here, but really this should be your knot. That should be your knot, and then that should be there. This should go up to here. And should actually come back down to there, because that is still your vest. This that comes there.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Echo cancel. She does that every day, doesn't she? Alright, so then this should be more like this, right? Rounded. And then this should have a highlight. There. And then kind of one here. Alright, and then that will be okay if we fix this. Then on this side, I'm not even sure what this wiggle is here. So if this goes around and down this side like this for the outline, where they shaded that. And there's his collar. And this goes back to there. Then it went like that. So this really should be more of a solid, not wiggly. And it should just come over the jacket just a little bit and then back over to there. And then you would have this, that is your, wow, they messed that drawing up, didn't they? Yeah, it's not the same. This is very straight. This looks like a leaf. I mean, that is really wiggly. So that's why sometimes you just have to. But here's what I do know. Let's fix this first, because this needs to come up, over, and around. Or at least actually, you know what? Let's take the dark. So let's take this, and we're going to actually do this little dark shaded area, which I was going to leave for a dark red, but we're going to do this first. We'll come in here and just go right up this side. And then I'm going to turn it like that, and we're going to just go around. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, that came up. That's right. that just to kind of give us a line, since I've drawn so much on it. That will just help me see where that is. And then we're going to go to our dark red. Let's outline the whole thing, and that will help us. So here, we're going to go right above that. We're going to follow this on around, but not quite as is that too far? Let's do this again. Okay, I think it goes like this. And then you have the round piece, goes like this. And then, of course, we know we're going to go all the way around his chin. And up to the dark blue that's back here. Alright, and then that will come across here also. And then down to here. And we have that other little side to do. And I'm stuck. Alright. So that's that. At least to give us some shape of an outline with this part coming up. That really comes all the way out here. Like that. Of course, that's sideways to me. But it does not go down, it does go up. Alright, so I'm gonna leave that. Let's turn that back around and look. Since I'm doing this sideways, that doesn't always help. Let's turn him this way. Alright. I think that is how that looks. And then this is going to be a ridge of the light. A little bit of the light here, and then the dark, and then the light again on the outside. And we'll finish that jacket. But I think we have, this probably could have gone just a little bit more rounded. I don't think it matters, but let's put in one more row. See if we can shape it just a little better. Oh, it's not quite so sharp. I think that is going to look pretty good. I think we've got some good shading going. I think I like the way this was done better than how they did it on the picture. We'll have to do the same thing over here, which you can tell they've messed it up because they've gone over their lines a couple of times. So we're going to figure that one out. And like there's a big, see they've got it like this where there was a big crease going across here. So we'll play with that a little bit. Yeah, I think that works out a little better. I think it's not quite so heavily saturated with the dark, with just these little lines. So let's see who is out there. Thank you, Bish. Let's see who's doing what today. Let's see who else, what this one's doing. One's crocheting, one's knitting. Let's see what. Let's see what this one's doing. So don't want to load. Oh. Let's see what she's doing. I have no idea. Modge Podge. Alright, so here is the raid call if anybody wants it. We're going to go raid Ducky Mom's place, and she is doing some kind of Modge Podge thing. Let's go see what she's doing. Mark, if we're not going to see you tomorrow, I don't know if you're taking your birthday off, but if you are, have a wonderful birthday. Fancy, I don't stream on your birthday, so have a wonderful birthday Thursday on yours. And I hope to see everybody that can be here tomorrow. We will continue on with our bunny. And, oh, you'll be there. Great. Well, we will celebrate your birthday. So, everybody, thanks. Thanks, Mark, for the sub. Thanks for the follows. And let's go raid. You too. I will tell him. I'll probably be in his stream later, but he's gonna play I don't know what. So, all right, we will. I'm gonna stop my music because you know I can't ever hear when I raid in, and we will. We will push the raid button. All right. Bye, everybody. Bye.